Will the Celtics win Game 2 against New York?
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That guy needs to go away.
He's definitely been drinking.
I need you guys to get sworn in.
Testing. Can everybody please find their seats so that we can get started? We're coming up on 7 o'clock.
So, Jack, there's still a line down to the Council on Aging. You're gonna you should wait a little bit.
Can I have a little bit of volume, Ryan? Thank you. Folks, I was just informed that we've got a line going down to the community center, so we're going to give it a little bit more time to get people into the meeting room tonight. Thank you for your patience. Will be a common theme tonight. Thank you for your patience. Folks, if you want to take your seats, in a couple of minutes we're going to get started, so please find your seats. Thank you. With the warrant properly posted and returned and a quorum present, I call this meeting to order. From late last night, the effort began, but I don't want to forget why. You all showed up to exercise a 376-year-old tradition which started 126 years before the Revolution. Today's monumental effort included just about every department, from staff to administration. I want us all to applaud the effort, commitment, and sacrifices that got us all here tonight. To start the night, I'd like to call up David Rogers, please, for Pledge of Allegiance and a little remembrance. David.
Good evening. Before we do the pledge, I'd like to honor a Marbleheader who recently passed away on Easter Sunday. You might have seen the 4 Ospreys last Saturday fly through town. Harry Christensen was a Marbleheader, a Marine, a selectman, a clam cop, great family man, and did a lot for the community after he come home from Vietnam. He was in a horrific ambush battle during the Tet Offensive, was wounded twice, saved lives, and was awarded the Silver Star. I'd like a moment of silence, please, for Harry. And if you would, pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much.
Could I please call up Diane Gora for the land acknowledgement? Thank you, Diane.
We acknowledge that the land on which we reside, now known as the town of Marblehead,
Hold on.
is the ancestral homeland of the Namkeg Band of the Massachusetts and Pawtucket tribes. They lived here under the leadership of the great sachem Nanapashamet. Since time immemorial, the Namkeg people maintain this land and surrounding water with the utmost respect, preserving it for future generations and treating it as sacred ground for the burial of their dead. They had an organized and thriving community before the arrival of European settlers. The Namkeg people suffered great loss of life during King Philip's War and the smallpox plagues, and the surviving members were dispossessed of the land. Although we are unaware of any Namkeg descendants living in Marblehead today, we honor the Namkeg people of the Massachusetts and Pawtucket tribes, past and present, as the original stewards of this land and pledge to include their history in the history of our town. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Statement from Joe Whipple from the Task Force Against Discrimination. Is Joe here? Oh, there we are. Former Select Board member, community great, Joe Whipple.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Johnny Whipple, 106 Atlantic Avenue. Thank you for recognizing me to present this statement on behalf of the Select Board's Task Force Against Discrimination. In 2 months, we will celebrate Independence Day, the 4th of July. We will recall the words of the Declaration of Independence that proclaim that all are created equal, and we will recall the words of the pledge we recited earlier, that ours is a nation with liberty and justice for all. Unfortunately, there are some people in this country, there are some people even in this town who do not believe in these American values. In 1989, a horrible incident of anti-Semitic vandalism led the selectmen to create the Task Force Against Discrimination. And we continue to hear of hateful and discriminatory words and actions in town from time to time. The task force seeks to work against attitudes and expressions of bigotry and hate, whether on the basis of race, religion, orientation, gender identity, national origin, or any other characteristics. We recognize that the schools must play a large role in developing respect for others among our young people, and we seek to cooperate with them in any way we can. We also seek both to work proactively to promote respect for all and to react appropriately to incidents of hatred and bigotry. And I will note that since the early 2000s, we have had a designation which is indicated by this banner, a designation from the Anti-Defamation League as a no place for hate community. Examples of our proactive work to promote respect within the past year include sponsorship of the following observances in cooperation with others: Hispanic Heritage Month, Indigenous Peoples Day, Martin Luther King Day, Holocaust Remembrance Day, student book reads during Black History Month, Asian American and Pacific Islander Month. By the way, there will be an AAPI craft fair in the high school cafeteria, which we all passed through. That will be on Saturday from 1 till 3 p.m. We also have a part in sponsoring Pride Month and the Juneteenth flag raising. Hate crimes should be reported to the police. Other incidents of bigotry and The sort can be reported to the task force through the Select Board's office in Abbott Hall. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Let's see, before I start, I want to review some details for the meeting. The presentation lectern up front here is for presentations and replies from town officials. The microphones in the aisles are for deliberation after a presentation. All comments and questions during the meeting are to be made through the moderator. There's no back and forth. When you step up to the microphone, please state your name and address when you're recognized. If you have an amendment to a main motion, which we already have several tonight, during the meeting, I may request it to be in writing. If so, I invite you to come up, and I have forms here at the stage that you can fill out. Any amendment will have to be reviewed before it's presented. Time limits. I'll do my best to not have a clock on presentations and deliberations, but there will be motions which I will adhere to a strict 2-minute limit on speakers after a presentation is made. If you plan to speak, please be prepared, as a great deal of information can be shared in the allotted time. The assembly deserves order, and I will not tolerate catcalling or disruptions to the meeting. According to our bylaws, every voter speaking upon a subject shall confine their remarks to the question before the meeting, avoid personalities, and be seated when they have finished. I may not always allow a motion to call the question should I deem that the motion would restrict informed consideration of the meeting or comes before an appropriate discussion has taken place. This is a widely used town meeting practice. On the other end, we may likely get to the point where I need to remind everyone of an old Marblehead town meeting saying. It appears that everything has been said, but not everyone has had a chance to say it. I'll do my best to balance the conveyance of information with the budget of time. I hope you will join me in running this 376th annual town meeting with respect and integrity that it deserves. So this is our second year with electronic voting. This year, we have our own administrator helping us, and I'd like to thank Gretchen Langton from the schools and the entire school technology group for their assistance this year. As I've said before, we may require some patience while we work through the first year, because every motion and every amendment needs to go through the system. When I call for a vote, there'll be a 15-second allotment. Hold on that one. Right now, so that we can gauge how long the system's going to take to process the votes, when I call for a vote, there'll be a 60-second allotment of time to vote. If I'm able to adjust that after seeing how the frequency of votes come in, I'll let you know. If you hit the wrong button or change your mind, you must do so within the allotted time. A final tally will be shown on the screens, and that tally will be available in the minutes after the meeting. So now we get to do a test question. Get your clickers ready. I'm not going to put a time limit on this one because we're going to see how quickly the votes come in. We got to see the game last night, or some of us did anyways. Hold on one second. If you favor the article, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. Voting starts now. 6:30. Okay, we're gonna go with 60.
What are we at right now?
That's fine. We're gonna go with. Wait a minute.
How
Yeah.
much are we at? How many seconds?
That was about 75 seconds.
Still, they're still coming in.
Okay, let's close the voting. Hold on a sec. There we go. Okay, folks, we're going to do that one more time on the same question.
1 second.
Bear with us for a second. Let's see if we can make that vote better.
Read your thing so people are used to your language. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, so the motion is, will the Celtics win Game 2 against New York? If you favor the article, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. Voting starts now. Okay, when you vote, when you're holding the button down, you'll see that the screen says okay. Does everybody see that? I don't know what. Okay. If you don't have that in your screen, you can get a new clicker at the teller.
No.
Hold on. Change your clickers. Give it to me, folks. Need a little bit of patience. Sorry about this. We're not going to move forward until it's clarified. Rest assured. Buttons, that would be super helpful. Some business. So, I've been approached about a written ballot question for Article 23. Our bylaws state in part that under no consideration shall reconsideration be permitted of a vote taken by a written ballot. After great consideration, balancing the request with the precedents and last year's reaction, I will be putting the option to you, the voters. With a subsidiary motion in hand, I will wait until other business is done before Article 23, and then put a question to the meeting as to whether you want to do a written ballot or not, should we get to Article 23. I will require an affirmative vote under a simple majority to adopt a written ballot for Article 23. If the written ballot is used, there will be no further reconsideration of Article 23 allowed. So you all are going to have the opportunity to decide whether we go to a written ballot. If we do a written ballot, that is not open for reconsideration. We have 52 articles and several amendments, and I'm going to get us ready for our next test question so that we can get started. When you're voting, we're working on a network here. So try to hold your clicker up a little bit. Don't put it in your lap if you can. When you hit the button, it's the red or the green button. When you hit the button, you'll see a number come up on the screen. When your vote is transmitted, it will say OK. That's why we're going to leave the voting open for 60 seconds. And now we're going to start with our question. We're going to do our test question again. And hold on a sec. Oh, whoa, whoa. Oh. Okay, here we go. See, you're hitting your buttons and the number's not moving, I can tell, because I haven't opened the vote. So the motion is, will the Celtics win Game 2 against New York? If you favor the article, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. Voting starts now. There we go. Now we're rolling. We did this last year. Okay, good. Close the vote. Okay, there we go. All right, and we like the Celtics by the looks of it. So, I'd like to start with a moderator's motion before we get into Article 1. And that motion is that the moderator may extend the floor to town management and staff and other non-voters, provided they must first be recognized by the moderator. Could I have a second? Thank you. Hold on. Okay. Please be patient. I know. Okay, folks, please don't try to replace your clickers yet. Okay, I'm losing my patience with electronic voting, so we're going to do this one more time. I know how many people I have in the room. We're going to open the question again.
So Archie wants me to sit down, and also Archie wants me to sit down and not stand by the aisle taking one of the files.
Folks, I need you to all find a seat, please. So the question is, will the Celtics win Game 2 against New York? If you favor the article, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. Voting starts now. First thing is a number on your screen, and then your vote went through when it says okay. Small okay. The okay doesn't come up right away, folks. It takes a second for it to find the network. So less than 100 people may have not hit their button, or they may have, or their device might not be working. There should be less than 100 clickers that do not have the OK on their screen. Can I have a show of hands of people who think that their device didn't work? That's fair enough. So we're going to switch out your devices in an orderly, hold on one sec. Well, no, so you had a number and then you had an OK. If you didn't have a number or OK by now, we're going to get you a new clicker. Let me check with Robin on how we're going to do that. Right now,
17.
so right now it's 50 people. So if your clicker isn't working, I'm going to ask you to go up orderly, head back towards the check-in, and meet our town clerk up there, and she's going to facilitate you getting a new clicker. There are. This, but we don't have to do this. So if we can hold our clickers up when we vote, it's going to help the process. We're going to use the elect. Thank you, folks. Not a challenge I wanted to have either. But what we're going to do is we're going to wait till everybody has their new devices, and then we're going to take the vote on the moderator's motion with our clickers. So hang tight just 1 minute until we confirm that the new devices have been swapped out. So it's the density of the number of people in the room, it's the number of devices that people have on, and it's technology. So again, we're not going to use it on the motions going forward until I'm comfortable with it. Almost 1,800 people, and we're going to make it work. Talk to you. Be right back. So, okay, so the number of people in the room was 1726, and we had 714 votes. So 1,714 votes from 726 people. So I have a sense that it's working. We're getting the final confirmation that people have swapped out their clickers, and then we'll take the moderator's vote on the voting devices. I was hoping to be through about 6 or 7 articles by now. switched out. The next question is that the moderator may extend the floor to town management and staff and other non-voters, provided they must first be recognized by the moderator. Do I have a second? Thank you. If you favor the article, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. Voting starts now. Hold it up. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much for accepting the moderator's motion. Article 1 starts with an amendment. The amendment to Article 1, which is articles in numerical order, is to see if the town will vote to adopt an order requiring articles in the warrant to be taken up in the following order: Article 23, 34, and 33, and the remaining articles in numerical order starting with Article 2. This article has been moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. Mr. Horahan, would you like to present your article?
This article is the purpose of this amendment is to get you all here. I'm interested by a vote of hands. How many people are here because they've heard about this amendment? Oh, Seamus Horahan, Fort Sewell Lane. This amendment. The motion.
It's on.
All right.
It's on.
Seamus, will you come down here to the microphone, please? Of course the microphone doesn't work, right? It'll work, folks. Trust me. We have faith in Ryan. Thank you. Seamus Horahan.
Ms. Horahan, Fort Sewell Lane. Submitting this motion to encourage everybody to come here. It's all about maximizing turnout. And Jack, this is not your worst nightmare. It's your best nightmare, okay? It's a nightmare logistically, But from a turnout perspective, it's the best.
It's fine with me, Seamus. I do what the voters want to do.
Okay. So I urge you to vote on this article to move up Article 23, which is the 3A, Article 34, which is the Marblehead High School HVAC equipment debt exclusion, and lastly, Article 33, which is the renovation of the Mary A. Alley Municipal Building. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Horahan. With no further speakers, we're going to go to the vote. Oh, wait a minute. Mr. McHugh.
Bill McHugh, 38 Gingerbread Hill. This complete warrant has important business of the town. I don't think it's too much to ask for us to take them up in order and everyone stay put and vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McHugh. Seeing no other speakers? Oh, do I have somebody approaching the microphone? No. Okay, seeing we have no other speakers, we're going to bring...
Mr. Attridge.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Given that Article 23 and its weight is so important to this community.
I'm sorry, name and address, please.
Sorry, John DiPiano, 6 Traeger Road. I oppose this amendment. I think we should vote no.
Thank you. Okay, so this article would take the articles out of numerical order. So the amendment to see if the town will vote to adopt a different order. If you favor the article, use your green... Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, name and address, please.
Mary Ellen Walsh Rogalski, 5 Spray Avenue. The reason we take the articles in numerical order and the reason that the warrant is constructed the way it is to make sure that we have enough voters for a quorum to do the business of the town. And if we take first the articles that everybody's interested in, it's very likely that people will leave and we won't have a quorum to do the business of the town. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another speaker.
Can you hear me okay?
Name and address, please, sir.
Yeah, sure. Am I close enough? You can hear me? Can you hear me? Nick Ward, 6 Rolliston Road. Look, I think a lot of you are here tonight to vote on 3A. There's probably a lot of you here to vote on the HVAC and renovation articles. Let's bring them forward, particularly if you're parents. I know I've got a babysitter I'm waiting on. So let's bring it forward. A lot of you are going to vote on these issues. Let's do it right now. Vote yes. Vote yes. Vote yes.
Thank you. Folks, I'm going to ask you to speak right into the microphones, please, so everybody can hear. And I have another speaker.
Hi, is this one working?
Folks, this is a deliberative process, and if people raise to speak, they're going to have the opportunity. Name and address, please.
3 Hibbard Road, Marblehead, Mass. Yeah, it stank coming here last night and not being able to vote. It was tough standing in the rain, but as they say, this is what democracy looks like. And just because we don't want to be bothered with the stuff we don't want to look at, doesn't mean we shouldn't be here to vote on it. So I vote that we say, no, we don't go out of order, show up, go in order, because this is what democracy looks like. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Name and address, please.
Jonathan Klopman, 32 Peach Islands. I just wanted to remind the rest of the audience that both Seamus and Nick are strong proponents for 3A. As we remember from last year, we voted on 3A, and then there was a motion for reconsideration afterwards when a lot of people had left the room. So I'm going to suggest, call me cynical, they're moving this forward so they have the vote, and if it's a nay vote, there's going to be another motion for reconsideration after you leave. So stay in your seats. Vote no.
With no other speakers stepping up, amendment to Article 1, articles in numerical order. If you favor the article, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 3-minute voting starts now.
If it passes, then we go to Article 23.
This is an amendment to take it out of order.
Yes. So if it passes, then we go to 23.
Right, what happens if it fails?
Then we go to 1.
Are you ready for that, Gretchen? 23. Okay, Article 23 in itself comes with some amendments. Of course it does. So the first motion on Article 23, the first subsidiary motion on Article 23, amend zoning bylaw 3A multifamily overlay district. I have a subsidiary motion for indefinite postponement. Do I have a second? Thank you. Because any zoning change requires a public hearing of the planning board, I would like to invite Brendan Callahan up to give the report of that hearing. Name and address, please, Brendan.
Brendan Callahan, 5 Intervale Road, Marblehead. Article 23 was opened on March 11, 2025, and was unanimously voted 5-0 to be continued March 27, 2025, with no discussion or public comment taking place. On March 27, 2025, the Planning Board again unanimously voted 5-0 to continue this public hearing to April 8th, 2025, with no discussion or public comment taking place. On April 8th, the Planning Board took up the proposed amendment at the public hearing. It was presented with a brief presentation by Town Planner Alex Eitler. After the presentation, the Planning Board proceeded to open the hearing for public comment. After public comment, the Planning Board unanimously voted to close the public hearing and deliberated. After deliberation, the Planning Board unanimously voted 5-0 to recommend the town meeting adopt Article 23.
Thank you, Mr. Callahan. Given the direct relationship with the main motion, we're going to have this conversation either way tonight, is basically what I'm getting to. I intend to allow full deliberation on the article now to discuss the issue in depth. I'll be using the 2-minute clock on rebuttal back and forth after the initial presentations. The sponsor of this article was John DiPiano. John, would you like to come up and present your article?
It's a motion, it's not his article, it's his motion. Like, I mean, that's important.
Thank you for presenting your motion, and I think you have, is this going to be in 2 parts? You'll have 2 people presenting your motion? Yes, perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
So
Mr.
we've
DiPiano.
consolidated 2 motions for John DiPiano, 6 Traeger Road. No matter what side you stand on 3A, the community involvement and democracy is something to behold this evening. I am asking this body to allow, by voting yes, a motion to indefinitely postpone Article 23. The reasons I'm going to provide to you are as follows. We've heard from our administration and our select boards and for the proponents of this article, one side primarily of this story. All of the negative information that's been provided with respect to what happens potentially if we do not adopt this measure, not why it's good for our community. Let's start with the misleading claims of the loss of grants. It began last year. I couldn't figure out how we got from 0, according to my FOIA requests, to 5 million, to 11 million, to people standing up at the microphone indicating that Marblehead would wash into the North Atlantic Ocean if we didn't adopt Article 3A. It took me a little while to figure out that the claims of those loss of grants, the 8 million, those figures of millions of dollars, were not the amounts of money Marblehead was going to receive from grants, but was the entire grant pool of discretionary grants that Marblehead would compete with other communities to potentially receive some of or none of. As a result of the Freedom of Information Act request responses, I was able to determine that the total amount that was in jeopardy as a result of the no vote last year, the grand total was $475,000. My quick back of the napkin calculations on that, based on the number of households, estimated households in Marblehead, comes out to about $58 or $59 a household. I'm willing to write that check and retain our zoning independence at this point in time. The next misleading claim that we have from the proponents of 3A and from our administration and from our select board is that this is an affordable housing measure. I don't know how many times the planning board went on record saying it is not. This is a market rate measure. The 10% amount that was put in specifically to change the amount of votes that you would need to have to make a zoning change in these communities from a 2/3 majority to a simple majority. 3A was gamed from the beginning. And it was gamed in favor of the state and against the local communities. That market rate housing, all of the seniors who have been told, this is for you, all of the people who are young, who are starting out, who have been told, this is for you, this is not for you. It's market rate housing. You look at the boxes they're putting up in the communities all around us, $3,000, $3,500, $4,000 a month. Raise a hand if you're a senior and you can afford a $4,000 a month rent tab. That's what you're signing up for with 3A. The Select Board has not determined nor provided any studies or written materials from any head of any department in this community telling us what the costs of compliance with 3A are. The State Auditor Division of Local Mandates, after a careful review, has determined that this is an unfunded state mandate, meaning that the legislature at the time that this was enacted was supposed to determine how much it would cost to comply and reimburse those direct costs to the town, and it did not do so. We're told not to worry about it. If they're wrong, it falls upon the taxpayers to pick up the tab. There has been discussion that the boards have talked with Diana DeZoglio directly. I believe that they have. And that Diana DeZoglio was focusing on an engineering report grant that we did receive in the amount of $25,000 or $35,000, an insignificant amount of money. But that was why they determined it was an unfunded local mandate. That may be true. But that does not settle the case or the issue of what does and what does not comprise a direct cost, but the Select Board wants to believe, you to believe that it does. And when I say the Select Board, I mean collective body. I don't think they are all of one mind on this, but I don't think that they've given us both sides of the story. The compliance, we can file for a compliance exemption. I've implored the Select Board to do so. That's fallen on deaf ears. As to the claims of direct costs, these are not my words. These are the words of the towns in the pleadings filed by Meade Tallerman, the law firm that represents Marblehead. And the towns that in those pleadings, with respect to, let me just pivot to this one issue, one of the claims. It's only a zoning change. Clearly intimates that there won't be any building, don't worry about it. Well, in one of the pleadings for four towns, Town of Hanson, Middleton, Rentham, and Holden, Meade Tallerman wrote on behalf of their clients that CHAPA, which is a nonprofit membership organization, similar to the Marblehead Housing Coalition in many respects, this is what they had to say about the claim that it's only a zoning mandate. CHAPA's claims to the effect that Chapter 40A, Section 3A, does not mandate development are absurd and directly contradict the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities regulations. Not my words, Meade Tallerman's words, from their pleadings on behalf of the towns who had the courage and the compunction to file for a compliance exemption under that state auditor's local mandate determination. As to direct costs, the pleadings show, based on affidavits from the town managers and town administrators and heads of their department, the following claims with respect to direct costs of compliance. Both of the towns I'm citing have a 750 unit requirement, or they based it on 750 units. Ours is 897. I quote, again, from Meade Tallerman's pleadings on behalf of their clients. The affidavit of the town administrator of Middleton. Multifamily housing required by the MBTA Communities Act would likely necessitate the hiring of 12 new police officers. The annual cost in such an addition would be $1.4 million. Multifamily housing required by the MBTA Communities Act would necessitate 8 additional fire and rescue personnel to 20 full-time firefighters. The operating budget and the annual cost would increase by $1.2 million. Satellite fire station, $580,000. Impacts on public works to the town of Middleton transfer station. Have we had any problems, folks, with our transfer station? $200,000 annually. 750 units, not 897. Associated impacts on public education to the town of Middleton resulting from housing increase, 150 to 375 new students. Millions of annual operating and capital costs not currently covered by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. From the affidavit of Michael King, the town administrative manager of Rentham, associated direct costs with public education to the town of Rentham results from the housing increase, 750 units, $1,100,922, Exhibit 2. That's from their department heads. Associated direct costs with law enforcement, $703,194. Associated direct costs associated with fire and rescue services at the town of Rentham residents, including necessary infrastructure improvements, $10,254,872. Together, the total direct costs, $15,058,988. $475,000 we've received in grants. That we're signing up for that, a potential $15 million net loss. Does that make sense to anyone? Doesn't make any sense to me. This is the part that I think really resonates for me. With respect to necessary public works and infrastructure improvement from this town complying with the 750-unit mandate, an operating budget increase of $5,383,907. Pay attention to what I'm about to tell you that they wrote. Meade Talaman wrote into pleadings for their client. More than double the anticipated new growth in property taxes associated with the mandate multifamily housing developments. The police department manpower of these towns is somewhat comparable to Marblehead. I did that math. These numbers are real. The numbers we have from the select board. We don't have that. We'll lose money we've never received. So I'm asking this community to indefinitely postpone Article 23 as a statement to the select board, mandating it to file for a compliance exemption. The Superior Court has already consolidated all of those cases, and there is an existing order in the court. The pleadings have already been drafted. And that case would go to Judge Gilday, and the Norfolk Superior Court is already handling these 5 cases, and they're already under review. Filing for a compliance exemption will give Marblehead the ability to negotiate with the state. I spoke with Mark Germain, the chairman of the Select Board of Middleborough, Monday. Mark and I have had multiple conversations about Middleborough's situation. Because they filed a compliance exemption and were in litigation with the state, they were able to negotiate using their 40R district to be deemed in compliance with 3A.
John,
without,
you've got a minute left.
About 30 minutes? That's all I need. Without complying with 3A mandates. But you can't do it if you don't file the litigation. Because of the articles being taken out of order and because of Mr. Klopman's concern, I just want people to know that if this motion fails and Article 23 passes, I have taken the liberty, because of this contingency, of already pre-drafting a petition for a referendum vote and a ratification, if it does pass, which is consistent with our bylaws and our adoption of Chapter 405 of the Acts of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts of 1954. That petition and the signature pages will be available after the meeting. You can see one of our volunteers. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. DiPiano. I'd like to invite somebody up from the town to speak and make a presentation.
Good evening. Dan Fox, representing the Select Board. The Select Board opposes indefinite postponement of this. We've gone a long time. We recommend that we bring this to a vote tonight, up or down. I was actually walking in here tonight, and I had a conversation with a gentleman I met tonight for the first time. And he said to me something I haven't heard before. He said, I don't want to be a 3A community. I've heard a lot of yes 3A, no 3A. He said, I don't want to be a 3A community. I hadn't heard that, and I thought, that's an interesting concept. The problem is, we are a 3A community. The state has made us a 3A community. That is not a choice we have. There was a lot of debate last year. There was indefinite postponement from Mr. DiPiano. There was a lot of debate. There was debate about the merits of the statute. There was debate about whether or not these grants could be withheld. There was debate about the constitutionality. There was debate about whether or not the state could enforce this. That debate is over. The Supreme Judicial Court did that for us. Now we are here. We are a 3A community, whether we like it or not. Our choice tonight,
That's the law.
you know, I hate what 3A has done to this town because of this. You know what it's done? It's brought neighbors against each other. It's brought people on our planning board worried about threats. Thank you. So I'm sorry. We are here. We have a decision to make. We need to do this together. And I really, really hope, no matter how we end up tonight, that we can go home to, and show respect to each other, because the 3A has brought out a lot of disrespect in this town. So I would just like to finish quickly. Thank you. And we will move on. Okay? So the Supreme Judicial Court has made that decision for us. Tonight, we are here to vote on zoning compliance. I'm going to turn it over now to our town planner, who is going to go through our zoning plan. The planning board spent an amazing amount of time on this. My opinion is that based on what they were given, they did a great job. They didn't have a choice. They worked within constraints of the state, and they have done a plan for us that retains the character, the history of our town. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Alex, who will walk through that plan on zoning, which is what we are here to vote on tonight. Alex?
Thank you, Mr. Fox. Just to let everybody know, both sides for presentations were given 12 minutes. And I thank Mr. DiPiano for sticking to that, even though he said he was going to do 5 and split it with Yael. But Yael will have a chance to speak as well. Alex.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alex Seidler. I'm the town planner and conservation agent for the town of Marblehead. We're just going to go ahead and just jump right in. I'm going to give a brief overview of Article 23, particularly the zoning plan. Again, this is just the location of the zoning, and we'll just go ahead and get started. So I'm just going to give a bit of background information about 3A, particularly this was adopted back in 2021, and this was for 177 communities. Marblehead is classified as an adjacent community, and within that requirement from the state, we are required to zone for approximately 1% of Marblehead's total land area, and within that, we have to zone for around 10% of our total housing stock, 897, that's where that number comes from. And we have to zone for a total housing capacity of 897 units to be, and within that zoning district to allow this zoning, multifamily housing to be used and built by right. However, it's zoning, and that's a key distinction here, is that this is zoning for a total capacity of 897 units. And next slide, please. So I just want to reiterate, as Dan spoke earlier, this has already gone to the courts. What this presentation is here this evening is specifically for a zoning district. This is for you all, the town of Marblehead, to decide where you would like to place the zoning district. Where it is located is based off of a planning report, and the planning board did an excellent job of putting together a fantastic plan that really complements the existing infrastructure and character of Marblehead. But I just want to emphasize this is the zoning, and tonight you are voting on where the location of the zoning is taking place. So I'm just going to give a brief background about what zoning is. Generally speaking, zoning gives local municipalities the ability to regulate land use and dimensional size. So dimensional size is referring to the height, the bulk, as well as the setback requirements, as well as the use of residential, industrial, or commercial, or mixed use. Zoning does not mandate building. Zoning simply allows for certain uses, as well as regulates how those uses can be used in conjunction next to other uses, but also the dimensions of height, setback requirements, and so forth. So I'll jump into the plan that we proposed. The planning board worked over the last couple of years to propose an excellent plan that really brings together and really minimizes the impact of this zoning, generally speaking, so that we meet a nice middle ground between being compliant with 3A, but also making sure we preserve the integrity and character of Marblehead. It's broken down into 3 sub-districts, the first of which is going to be in Tioga Way, an average parcel size of around 0.38 acres. The second district is Pleasant Street, average parcel size of around 0.18 acres. And the third district is Broden Road with an average parcel size of 0.28 acres. And this plan, generally speaking, was developed to make sure at the end of the day that we meet a nice middle ground, that the town can stay compliant and be, 3A compliant, but also that we minimize the impact of any new potential development coming in. And we'll break it down based on each sub-district, so we can go to the next slide. And we'll have Tioga Way. And just to give some context and geographic area, the highlighted area in blue has Hood's Lane as kind of the core spine of this district. There's already existing multifamily housing within this area. 71 out of the 73 parcels have already been developed. That being said, there's already existing 40B projects that are currently here, so similar uses already exist here, as well as the density requirement of 20 units per acre. There's already housing residential that is at that density, if not higher. The second district is Pleasant Street corridor. This is in the purple, and Pleasant Street kind of forms the spine of this district. Again, similar to Tioga Way, there's already existing multifamily housing within this district, meaning that we want to make sure, and particularly the planning board, their approach for this is, again, we already have existing housing that is of similar use, and also the density is similar, meaning why not zone for an area that already has these amount of this density as well as the actual use itself. And also can help Marblehead, generally speaking, to support local business should more development come in. Of the total parcels within there, there's only one vacant parcel, and that is owned by the town of Marblehead. So this is a very already built up, developed section of Marblehead to begin with. And the last one is Broden Road. Broden Road is operated and managed by the Marblehead Housing Authority. It has been so since the 1950s, and again, already has existing multifamily housing. The actual road itself forms the spine of this district and isn't highlighted in green is where this zoning district is located. Currently, they already have in the pipeline a new project to add new multifamily housing through 40B, which means they bypass our local zoning restrictions to begin with. That is a state level mandate that they are allowed to do that, and that goes forward whether the local town likes it or not. They have their own jurisdiction for 40B, and that's important to note here because this is a similar alternative that can be taken for this type of development. So I think at the end of the day, when we break down all three of these districts, it's very important to note what does it mean at the end of the day. These three districts allows for by right multifamily housing, but it does not mean that our local zoning restrictions don't apply. They do apply. They are maxed out at a height of 35 feet, roughly 3 stories. They're maxed out at a total density of 20 units per acre. You saw the average parcel size for each one of those districts. These are not big parcels. These on average are extremely small. In all three districts, of all total parcels, 199 parcels across 3 districts, 3 are vacant parcels, all owned by the town of Marblehead. So again, to emphasize that these areas are selected and already built and developed areas, but our zoning restrictions still apply. I think another important note is particularly the open space requirement, as well as the 2 parking spaces as a minimum, meaning that based off of our back of the envelope calculations, developers are coming in, and should they develop on any of these parcels, they're losing anywhere from 50 upwards to 70% of the parcel, depending on the configuration of a multifamily unit. That's important to note. That makes development extremely difficult, and it allows us to be compliant at the end of the day, and we don't have to deal with any potential consequences associated with being non-compliant. And I think this is another very important note. What you see up here is a couple of examples that we've noticed throughout the community that have been circulating about various similar multifamily projects, either in Marblehead or adjacent communities. It's very important to note, this is not what you're going to have through 3A, not in Marblehead. The zoning that is provided in these districts is in Salem and Swampscott, both of which have entirely different zoning restrictions, entirely different. We don't have anything that allows them to go above 3 stories. You can't go above 35 feet. That's just one of many examples of this, but the density is significantly higher in these, and the reason for it is because they have different zoning requirements and it's not what Marblehead has. We have very stringent requirements. Thank you. I just want to reiterate, to visualize here, to explain, as you increase in height, your building footprint decreases. And I do want to make this very clear that visually, developers are losing a substantial portion of their land regardless of which approach they do, whether it's 1 story, 2 stories, or 3 stories. An average parcel size for Pleasant Street, you can only have 4 dwelling units. It doesn't matter how high you go, you can only have 4 dwelling units at the end of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Eitler. You can finish the presentation through debate back and forth. I've given both sides the same amount of time. Yes. You can keep the slides ready to go, and you can come up for 2 minutes with your back and forth if you want to.
Sure.
If you want to finish. That was 12 minutes. Yep. So if you would like to speak on the article for indefinite postponement, which is really to speak on Article 23, you can line up at the microphones. I don't see anybody there yet. You can line up at the microphones and have your 2 minutes to go back and forth. And I just need to get my timer set up here. And I'll first recognize Mr. McHugh. Name and address, please, sir.
Bill McHugh, 38 Gingerbread Hill. I think it's likely everybody here tonight can agree on one thing. This is a lousy piece of legislation. In particular, it's become divisive, and it's a one broad stroke brush for every community. Unfortunately, this is not a sense of the citizens of Marblehead. This is the law. So I think taking grants and putting them forward is probably the wrong approach. We're going to lose grant money. Grants aren't free. Normally they have a match to them. And often communities seek grants that might not be for high priority projects because the money's there. So let's take grants off the table. Let's just talk about ramifications. If we adopt 3A, we have a planning board that put protections in place, very significant protections. If we don't adopt 3A, we stand the chance of the state coming in and imposing their own overlay and provisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McHugh. Yes, name and address, please. This, Yale, please.
Hi, Yael Magen, West Shore Drive. Some of you have seen my signs. You just say it Y-A-E-L, Yael. I also filed a motion to indefinitely postpone this article. People have tried to say that this article is a partisan issue. I have talked to people that are actually afraid to voice their opinion because people are going to call them racist, or you don't want diversity, or you don't want affordable housing. That is not the case. This is a zoning bylaw. I am a municipality attorney. I represent towns on a daily basis. This is what I do. And I can tell you that some towns that I represented immediately adopted 3A. And why? Because they already had multifamilies in their zoning bylaws. They already had a lot of units. Some towns did not, and they negated it. Now, zoning bylaws are specifically the interior of a home. We decide as a town how our buildings are going to look like, how our roads are going to look like, and how our density are going to look like. This is the only thing, one of the only things that we actually have power on. They're trying to scare you that if you don't support 3A, you're actually not supporting affordable housing. Actually, that is incorrect. Because what's going to happen specifically in Tioga Way that now has 40B, which allows for multi-units to have, which requires multi-units to have 25% of affordable housing. If they build under 3A, it's only going to be 10% of affordable housing, and it's only above 6 units. That means that anybody that builds 5 units and below are going to have 0 affordable housing. Anybody who builds between 6 and 14 units, we're going to have 1 affordable housing compared to 3 units of affordable housing. This is not going to increase affordable housing. They're trying to scare you about grants, like they said. Grants come and go. Literally today, the federal government announced that they are stopping housing grants to Massachusetts.
Thank you.
So what's going to happen to our grants? If I just want to say one more thing. They scare you that
you've had your 2 minutes, please. Thank you. We're going to respect it for everybody. And just as you were the second speaker for the original presenter, I'm going to let Mr. Eitler have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. We can just go ahead and go to the next slide. Yeah, absolutely.
Brendan Callahan, 5 Interville Road. The town has always relied on grant funds to kickstart projects, advance projects, and complete projects. The ability to apply for and be awarded grant funding has always been important for the town of Marblehead. Today, with budget constraints, it's even more important that the town has the ability to apply for and secure as many grant funds as possible. Since last year's town meeting, the town has been able to secure hundreds of thousands of dollars for infrastructure improvement projects, transportation, as well as addressing impacts due to climate change. These grants have town-wide benefits as well as cross-departmental benefits addressing priority projects for the Harbor Master, DPW, Recreation and Parks, and ultimately the Marblehead residents. These grant funds also offset project costs to the Marblehead taxpayers. I want to briefly highlight 3 grant-funded projects that are impacted by 3A grant eligibility lists. Village Street Bridge, current construction cost is $5.1 million, and that doesn't include the design costs associated with the design. We also know that the construction costs aren't going down, so today's construction cost estimate will likely increase by the time it's shovel ready. The bridge is near the end of its life expectancy, and will need to be replaced within 5 years, maybe 10, and I'm told that is being optimistic. The town is actively pursuing funding for the next design phase as well as construction funding for this project, and state funding is critical to move this project forward. The town was recently awarded a MassWorks grant for the 5 Corners intersection rehabilitation project. This project will improve.
Sorry, Mr. Callahan, that's your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, this microphone in the middle, please.
Cheryl Patton, 25 Lee Street. Whether you like it or not, 3A is the law. The legislature passed it, 2 governors signed it, and the Supreme Judicial Court upheld it. There are consequences to breaking the law. The consequences have been laid out by the loss of grants and other monies. It's the law. Deal with it. Stop fighting with each other. If you have issues about school overcrowding, we have lost over 700 students in the past 10 years. We have room. We have empty desks, not students. Any new housing that may be built, it's not required, it's a may, those new housing will provide more revenue to offset any costs. School budget costs have gone up like everything else, skyrocketing health costs, high energy costs, building maintenance. It has nothing to do with 3A. Also, the communities have been selected because of their walkability. They will provide people the opportunity to walk to things. Downtown retail, where there are many empty storefronts. We could use more people. This council on aging, medical facilities, all within walking distance of these stores, of these buildings. The allegation that there are going to be 500 new cars on the street tomorrow is absurd. Marblehead could pass a law that says we all have to take e-bikes. That's equally absurd. Let's deal with reality. The The reality is, this is the law. Marblehead retains its zoning ability to direct housing. We need housing for seniors looking to downsize and want to stay in the community. We need housing for the young professionals who want to live here and spend their wonderful discretionary money in our bars and restaurants. We need some housing diversity in this town, and it is not a terrible thing to say yes. It is important that we say yes and not be penalized by the state as it is allowed to be. We will incur tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars in litigation fees trying to fight a quixotic request. Those two lawyers who were at the last meeting charged $250 an hour.
That's your time,
real
ma'am.
money.
Thank you. I've said before, you can say a lot in 2 minutes, and if you're planning to speak, be cognizant of the time. To this microphone over here, name and address, sir.
Angus McQuilkin, 39 Ticehurst Lane. You know, this motion to postpone, if, in the words of Yogi Berra, it feels like deja vu all over again. Mr. DiPiano made the same motion a year ago before this body. And he said we should wait because the town of Milton had a case before the Supreme Judicial Court and they were going to find the law unconstitutional and we should wait for that outcome. Well, guess what? He was wrong. The town of Milton lost that case and they spent hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars losing that case. So the Supreme Judicial Court has ruled that the law is constitutional and enforceable. What's different this time around is we have a compliance deadline of July 14th. If we do not have a compliant plan in place by July 14th, we lose access to millions of dollars of state grants. Every state grant application is being amended, including all the competitive grant programs, to include 3A compliance as a scoring component in those grants. Millions of dollars. Even the opponents acknowledged in their own materials that we're talking about millions of dollars of grants. Add to that, once there's a court order in place against us for noncompliance, which the Attorney General has made clear she will pursue, and the court decision gives her the right to do, we're going to face court-imposed financial penalties for noncompliance, and the costs of litigation are going to be enormous. Speaking of which, on this unfunded mandate wild goose chase that Mr. DiPiano wants us to go on, right? Town council appeared at the select board meeting, said that would be a year-long trial with discovery, depositions. You're talking hundreds of thousands of your dollars spent on a quixotic, good word, quest, and a wild goose chase. Now, there is a mechanism in the unfunded mandate law that allows any 10 citizens of a community to file their own lawsuit and argue that it's an unfunded mandate. John DiPiano and other opponents could do that. Why do they not want to do that? Because they'd be spending their money to litigate their complaint. Instead, they want to spend your money litigating their complaint.
That's your time, sir.
Thank you.
That's your time. Thank you. This microphone in the middle, please. Name and address. Thank you.
Nick Ward, 6 Rolleston Road.
Could you speak into the microphone for me, Mr. Ward?
Sure. Sorry, how's
Thank
that? Sorry, I got to bend down a little bit here. My mum will be pleased to hear that. Sorry, so I'm not sure how many truly undecided voters there are out in the crowd tonight, but if that's you, you're who I'm speaking to right now, and I've got good news for you. I'm not a lawyer, so I'll be quick, and I promise I'll be clear. The question that I think you're probably weighing in your mind right now is, what if Marblehead changes in a way that I don't like? But that's only half the equation that you have to grapple with, because you need to ask yourself, what if I change and Marblehead doesn't? I'm sure a lot of you out there assume that you're going to live in your current home forever, and that you'll never have any need for multifamily housing. My mum thought the same thing until she fell down the stairs, broke her leg in 3 places, and that was the end of that. I'm sure a lot of you are expecting that as your children grow up, they'll stay close by and you'll get to watch your grandchildren grow up as well. But at town meeting last year, I sat next to a kid who grew up in this town his whole life. He just graduated from college, but that summer he was going to be moving to Michigan because he couldn't find anywhere to live in this town. I think another way of saying what I'm trying to say is, you might not be interested in change, but change is always interested in you. And the fact is, Marblehead is changing, whether we like it or not. Our schools are shrinking. Traffic is getting worse as our businesses have to hire staff from further and further and further away. And our property taxes keep going up as the cost of town services gets spread amongst fewer and fewer residents. Voting up 3A, supporting 3A tonight is about taking control and steering the change that has already happening to our town instead of being swept away by it. So I urge you on this motion, vote no, vote no, vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. This microphone over here, please. Name and address.
John Burkhart, Intrepid Circle. I think it's important to point out that, surprising as it sounds, the arguments that we are already a 3A community, that this is the law and it is settled, are really not actually germane to the debate we're having right now. There is ample historical precedent at every point in the country's history for states, counties, cities, municipalities to simply not go along with legislature that they find inconsistent with their own beliefs, their own values, and their own best interest. Does preemption exist as a legal concept? Yes. Is there ample historical case precedent of municipalities saying, we recognize this, but we choose to go our own way regardless? Absolutely. In 2004, the city of San Francisco began recognizing same-sex marriages at a time when California state law clearly and unambiguously said, this is not consistent and something that we support. Preemption applied. Nevertheless, San Francisco said, we choose otherwise. When Massachusetts voted to decriminalize cannabis, cannabis was a Schedule I compound by the Controlled Substances Act. No acceptable therapeutic uses. This is a clear case where federal preemption applies. Nevertheless, Massachusetts said, we choose to do otherwise. Are there consequences for failing to go along with what the state legislature has put down upon us? Very likely. Will our taxes increase? It's possible. But asserting that this is the law and therefore we must vote for this is disingenuous at best. It is perfectly fine to say, we're not ready to vote on this right now. It is perfectly fine to say, we recognize that this is state law, but this is not who we want Marblehead to be. I implore everybody to vote yes on this amendment.
Thank you. Just a reminder, please remember to speak into the microphone. This microphone over here, Mr. Smyers, name and address, please.
Yep. Rick Smyers, 30 Phillips Street. Supporters and opponents of this plan agree on many things. We all love Marblehead. We're all concerned about the town's finances. We all want to preserve the character of this town. We differ in our beliefs about what will actually happen with the plan. Opponents have voiced many fears about it, but those fears are unfounded. This plan simply draws lines around 3 neighborhoods that already contain multifamily housing and says, we allow multifamily housing here. There are no empty lots for sale in any of them. The impact will be modest and tightly controlled. If you're worried that someone's going to build multifamily housing on Broughton Road, I'm sorry, but you're about 70 years too late. It's been multifamily housing since the 1950s. It may be redeveloped if that's whether we pass this plan or not. It's still zoned single family only, but changing the zoning will have zero impact on the ground. You may be concerned that this plan allows multifamily housing by right. That sounds scary, but it's not. Other things that are already allowed by right on Pleasant Street include funeral homes, laundries, auto dealerships, and of course single family homes. No one's knocked down Shoebies to build an auto dealership. It doesn't make economic sense. Just because something's allowed doesn't mean it will happen. The economics of redevelopment are very challenging. The last major redevelopment in town was Warwick Place. It had to be done by a nonprofit, funded by donations, because it wasn't economically viable any other way. And our plan makes redevelopment even harder with added restrictions to preserve local control. The off-street parking has to be in the back or the side of the building. Imagine how costly it would be to move the parking lot to the back of Village Plaza. The real killer is the open space requirement. For a 3-story building, the lawn has to be bigger than the building footprint, 50% bigger. Existing buildings on Pleasant Street don't meet that requirement. So a developer would have to tear down a perfectly good building and build something that's smaller. They'll have the right to do it, but it won't make economic sense. If they want to make the numbers work, they'll have to apply for variances, just like they do today, preserving local control. This plan was designed to minimize the impact on our town, preserve local control. As a result, any redevelopment would be beneficial to Marblehead, giving us more choices, improving our finances, and enhancing the character of our town. Please vote no on the motion to postpone.
Thank you,
Vote yes
Mr.
on the plan.
Smyers. We'll go to this microphone over here, please, sir. Name and address.
Kurt James, Norman Street, Barnegat. Speak in opposition to the motion to extend. This is a state mandate, of course, but it also is a town mandate, and I just want that to sink in for a minute. What I mean by that is that our 2020 master plan actually mandates the expansion of multifamily as of right zoning districts. I recommend anyone to read it. It's on the town website. As we know, our town was founded by fishermen and lobstermen and their families hundreds of years ago. However, the abilities of our families to remain in town is threatened by ever-increasing home prices. Pre-COVID, which is to say the 7 years before the master plan was adopted, the number of residents between the age of 25 to 44 shrunk by 63%. That's a stat right out of the master plan. In order to address this trend, the master plan includes as one of its higher priorities a mandate to expand as of right multifamily zoning overlay districts, which is exactly what 3A is. And the reason is, regardless of the affordability requirement of 10%, just look at any statistics online about relative housing prices of single-family homes, which in Marblehead is an average of $900,000, which is to say many are way in excess of that, whereas a condominium or multifamily housing, the average is under $600,000. There are condominiums in town on the market for $300,000. There's no way you could buy a single-family house for $300,000 in town. I know what people are saying. It's been on Facebook. It's been on all sorts of feeds. People are worried that the day this passes, developers are coming in with bulldozers and they're going to basically demolish half the town. That's not going to happen. Historically, and this is important, all you need to do is look at what we already have in town. We have 2 smart growth overlay districts in town. They're vacant parcels. One is on Pleasant Street. Another is in Vinnon Square. It's multiple acres. There's vacant land. Developers wanted to build there. They could do it today, as of right, but they haven't.
Thank you, Mr. James.
Thank you.
Microphone in the middle, Mr. Whipple.
Johnny Whipple, 106 Atlantic Avenue. Just want to respond to a couple of remarks that were made at the beginning. The thought was we should retain our zoning independence. Passing this zoning amendment retains our zoning independence because it has been developed by our own planning board as the most intelligent response to the state law. Whereas if we do not come into compliance, we do not have zoning independence, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts can come in and dictate where the districts will be, and we don't get to do it for ourselves, unless, of course, they recognize the wisdom of this plan and decide to do precisely what this plan proposes. And there was also a remark that the costs of lost grants is speculation. I would put it to you that all the horror stories about increased traffic, about increased municipal expenses are likewise speculation at most. And the fact that law firms are putting in pleadings on behalf of the towns that have cases before the court does not mean that those pleadings are 100% accurate by a long shot. And the town of Marblehead is not those towns. So those pleadings really don't matter to us. What matters to us is what
Thank you,
we
Mr.
have.
Whipple.
Thank you.
Yes, this microphone over here. Name and address, please.
Hi, Jean Lampkin, 19 Devereaux Street. I'm a hearty no on this indefinite postponement amendment, and I hope that everyone gets to vote overwhelmingly in favor of Article 23, and here's why. I want to consider what this is, not just for the housing it could ultimately maybe build, but what it means about community. So I want to talk about that. A landmark study by the Knight Foundation called The Soul of the Community researched what emotionally attaches people to a place. In a 3-year study of 26 communities, they engaged with more than 43,000 people to learn what makes them want to put down roots and build a life someplace. They found 3 things that were common across all of these communities. The 3 priorities were not surprisingly jobs, the economy, or safety. What were they? Social offerings, places for people to meet each other, and the feeling that people in the community care about each other. Openness, how welcoming the community is to different types of people, including families with young children, minorities, older people, and recent college graduates. These top factors of community attachment match many of the reasons I love Marblehead and why I am voting yes on Article 23. By saying yes to the potential to offer multifamily units in 3 districts, we are signaling that we are a community that values openness. Though it may be years before a young family, college grad, or downsizing senior move into such a home, there is an immediate payoff for a yes vote tonight. A yes vote reminds us that Marblehead is a caring town filled with capable people who cherish our history, are optimistic about our future.
Thank you.
We are confident.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please vote yes.
Thank you. So our lines are waxing and waning back there. I just want to remind everybody, when we start getting too repetitive, that's when I'm going to stop the debate back and forth. So please limit your remarks to, try to limit your remarks to things that have not been shared with the assembly. We're going to go with this microphone over here, please.
William Stevenson, 116 Front Street, and I think I'm one of the caring community that this woman just spoke about, and I know each one of us here gets 2 or 3 newspapers every week, and one of the things I really got hooked on is the police log. I love reading it because in Marblehead the police log is very unexciting and dull. Now I really don't want that to change. I grew up in a town that had a lot of projects, and we haven't talked about drugs coming into the town.
Respect for the speaker, please.
Pardon me?
I just asked for respect for your speaking. Go ahead.
How am I not being respectful? Oh, I'm sorry. You know, we haven't talked about the influx of the traffic. We haven't talked about, and by the way, people, there is such thing as crime. And we have to bury our heads in the sand if we don't think affordable housing will not bring in some crime. I'm not saying everybody that comes in affordable housing will bring in crime, but I grew up in a city, Cambridge, that had affordable housing. They were called projects, government-sponsored housing, and we had drugs in our schools. This goes to show you actually what Marblehead's become, and I think Marblehead's a beautiful town, and I just love to keep it that way, and I don't think making Marblehead into a city is what I want to see, so I actually vote for the postponement. Thank you.
Thank you. To the microphone over here, please, the name and address.
Hi, once again, Catherine Cunningham DeRosia, 3 Hibbard Road, Marblehead, Mass. I live in the same house I was born in, and my mother would come to town meeting to speak all the time, and I have not been a good show up and vote at Marblehead town meetings person, because like everybody, I get busy raising the kids, going to work, doing this and that. The primary question for me really about this, and someone brought it up, is if they build a 5-unit building, do they still need to have 10%? Are we going to just have, you know, can people sneak in under that boundary? Because for me, it really does come down to more affordable housing for Marblehead to have more middle class and working class people living in it. I'd like to read this to you, please. Unclear to me what the future will be, but this morning I must work with what I have, not what I wish for, nor what my neighbors think I should have figured out by now, nor what children hope I have already accumulated or confined at the magic ATM. Today is my day for today. In the 1950s, my parents bought a lot and house on former farmland, one of many Robbins Capes on acres paid for by those surviving World War vets. I heard they had a tiki bar in the basement next door then. Now we fix things with a tube of weld it, meld it, no fuss, no muss, no heat, no flame required tubes. Mother fixed my small dress's hems with a safety pin more than once. When there was no wherewithal for a stitch and time saves 9. And now I see some local policy yard sayings, don't turn us into Wonderland. And I don't know what that means. My decoder ring must need a different battery or a microscope I can't find. But in my heart and mind, I do know this. My hometown.
Thank you.
We need housing, we need fairness, we need hope.
Thank you. To the center microphone, name and address, please.
Bill Caney, 2 Beverly Ave, Marblehead. I came here yesterday with 2,000 other people to hear the town's presentation on 3A and to vote. I came here today with about 2,000 people to hear the town's presentation on 3A and to vote. I support 3A, and I've worked hard to try to get accurate, constructive information out there, and I studied the plan very well. I certainly hope to win the vote, but I wanted to win it by contributing to an informed debate. Mr. DiPiano wants to win by manipulating the process and spreading misinformation to confuse the issue and scare people. Clearly, Mr. DiPiano and his followers want to block our vote on 3A. Therefore, I vote no on this motion to indefinitely postpone the article. Mr. DiPiano, enough is enough. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's Mr. Urbetta over there. Name and address, please.
Yes, Bob Urbetta, 36 Chestnut Street. So I just want to point out, 250 years ago, we didn't take kindly being mandated by the British government, and we kicked them out. Not only did we kick them out, but we kicked both of their governors out, okay, Hutchinson and Gage, and sent them back to England. With all due respect to the planning board, as a developer myself, I did Tioga Way. I believe we need housing. I just don't agree with the plan that we had to do, mandated by the state. You know, Marblehead has a history of doing their own thing. And some of those descendants are still in Marblehead. The Glover and Blackler, is he here? Too bad. But I think there are other alternatives. And again, with all due respect to the school committee, we're sitting on 2 school properties. Why weren't they considered? Okay, I would like to, and again, were they thank you. If they didn't waste so much time debating a flag in the classroom.
We need to stay on topic, Mr. Urbetta.
Yes, sir. I will. But
About
as a
3A.
veteran, I want to say there's only one flag that should be in that classroom.
Okay.
And on the stage. That's it.
Well, let's not do that again, please. Over here in the middle, please, sir. Now, name and address. Thank you.
Robert McNulty, 46 Chestnut Street. I worked in business ethics for a long time, and one of the things I saw repeatedly was that there are many businesses that would knowingly violate the law or the regulations, knowing they would get fined, but they consider that the cost of doing business. I think that we have to ask if we're doing something similar here. The United States has a shortage of housing. Everybody knows that. Estimated at least 4 million housing units need to be constructed as soon as possible. Here in Massachusetts, according to the Healy administration, we need 222,000 units, and the state is reaching out to the communities to try to address this problem. We love this town. It is a great town, but we also need to change, and I do not think that complying with the state is the same as the United States being cowed into submission by a king in England. This is our state government, and we're part of that state, and we benefit from this state. And I think that we should do our part to see what we can do. And yes, our town will change. But you know what? There was a lot of people that were very animated against the Mariner project, like it was going to be a big disaster. I think it looks pretty good. I don't think the town is falling apart because of the Mariner project. I don't think this is going to destroy our town either.
Thank you. Mr. Buba.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Great job. Jack Buba, 5 Palmer Road, and a almost lifelong Marbleheader. I have 3 points. I think they're new. One is 3A is really like the Hotel California. You can check in, but you can never leave. Right. Once you're in, you can't get out, which is why going for a exemption is really the right thing to do. And why is that important? Because the law is not fixed. What you're voting on tonight could be changed tomorrow by the legislature, and we've already opted in. They don't give you a chance to vote again and say, oh, it changed. You're buying into whatever they say to do in perpetuity. Now, the selectmen are saying that we have to do this because the state will punish us if we don't do that. My friend Seamus got up and said, we're going to be punished by the state. Marbleheaders are not afraid of the state. That is why we are here tonight. Right? Eldridge Jerry is spinning in his grave that we're sitting here tonight cowering about the fact that the government is going to be mad at us. I urge you to vote for indefinite postponement.
Thank you. To the middle microphone, please, name and address.
My name is Yotam Bendlinger, 126 Pleasant Street. I believe in no. First of all, I think the legislature, as he said, is trying to scare everybody. Once you're in, we can't go out. There will be exemptions, and grant money come and go, and no one knows what will be in the future. But what I do know is that all these developments, and I'm sorry to say, these slides seem disingenuous, because at 0.18 of an acre, developers buy more land. And if they didn't do it for 40B, which had more affordable housing, they'll just come in and put 5 units in no affordable housing at just market rates. We will lose our right to make decisions. We will lose our right for any future that we want. And if you care about the state coming down on us, let them do it. And let them do it, and we'll have more affordable housing than what was proposed by the current select board. Because what you have now is really not. because developers will make sure that it does not make any affordable housing. Market rate, and that will be about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Over to this microphone, name and address, please.
Carol Arnold, 25 Bennett Road. Two things that I want to say. One is a vote against 3A is going to be a vote for 40B, which means people can come in and build that 10-story building if they want to. We have no choice to say about it. The other comment I want to make is in relationship to the numbers that we were given on what the actual costs will be. Middleton really isn't the town to compare with what could be built and what chances are will be built if they have 3A, because they have space. Someone could go in and buy a farm and put up all the affordable or all the multifamily housing, whereas Marblehead, you're going to have to come in, buy 1 or 2 or 3 lots, tear the houses down, and then build from there. It's going to be very expensive. Thank you.
Thank you. We're getting to that point where we're being redundant. So we're going to do a speaker on each side, and then we're going to go to the vote. In the middle, please.
Not to make my heart race or anything there. Heather Vanden Heuvel. I've never spoken to town meeting before. I live at 278 Washington Street, just down from Abbott Hall, near Five Corners. My hand's shaking, so forgive me. I'm trying not to cry. I'm wondering why that there wasn't more honesty in what the districts are named. As someone who didn't realize exactly where this 3A overlay was, my home is completely eclipsed by 3A. I'm surrounded on 2 sides. The so-named Pleasant Street district is the very center of town, the place where we all try to drive in and all try to drive out and get our kids to school and go to shops. It includes Washington Street. It includes Five Corners. It includes restaurants. It includes many multifamily housing units are there. We have neighbor after neighbor after neighbor of single-family homes that have been broken down into condos and apartments. We have our very first home we've ever bought in our lives right there on Washington Street. One little single-family home that's surrounded by this. Imagine if your home, and it's not just me, there's a few others, is about to be surrounded by thing after thing after thing being bulldozed. We live in Marblehead too. We love this town. We matter. We pay taxes. Our kids struggle to walk down the street past the bulldozers, past the water projects. We've had multiple housing projects on our street. Please consider that it's very busy in some of these areas. Why not choose to build the housing where there's open spaces? There are places that are abandoned. There are open lots. But why put it right in the center of town? It's going to be incredibly painful for many of us to get in and out to do anything.
Thank you. Folks, this is the last speaker, and then we're going to go to a vote for indefinite postponement on Article 23. Yes, sir. Name and address, please.
It's Dave Nagel, 9 Westminster Road. No pressure at all, being the last speaker on such an unimportant vote. The thing that strikes me about this group is this audience is that people are both tough and stubborn, and that's what makes Marblehead great. And whether you think it's $400,000 or whether you think it's $11 billion that we'll lose in grant money, we will lose grant money. And we will not get any of our tax dollars back from the state until we do comply. Whether you think it's $1 million or $15 million on the other side, that requires building. That requires, the $15 million was an estimate based on 897 homes being built in this town. This town hasn't changed its population in 20 years. We're not building 897 homes anytime soon. we have 3 vacant lots in that entire area. It would require us rebuilding all of those neighborhoods completely. This is a scare tactic for the $15 million. The way that we can get out of this is to comply with the law, be able to build according to our own concept, our own zoning plan. And if you want to resist, if you want to be that tough, stubborn Marbleheader and resist, don't sell your land. Stay on your land. Don't allow any development on it. But we have to comply with the law.
Thank you very much. We're going to go to the vote now. Hold your clickers up high. We've finished debate, sir. We've finished debate. As I said in the beginning, when we get to the point of being as repetitive as we have been, we're going to move to the vote. So the vote, Article 23, for indefinite postponement. If you favor the article, use your green yes. If you favor the motion, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 3-minute voting starts now. Indefinite postponement failed, which brings us to our second amendment on Article 23. which is a subsidiary motion for amendment. And that motion is as follows. I move that that amended motion is as follows. I move that Article 23 of Marblehead's Town Warrant 2025 be amended by adding the following words "not" in the first sentence between the word "to" and "amend," and adding the words "and request that the Select Board file an extension amendment regarding the implementation of Chapter 40A, Section 3A after the word bylaw in the first sentence, and strike the rest of the language of Article 23 after the word bylaw in the first sentence, so as to read, to see if the town will vote to not amend the zoning bylaw and request that the Select Board file an extension amendment regarding the implementation of Chapter 40A, Section 3. I want to add a personal note, a moderator's note, that the word "not" reverses the original motion not yet heard, and that the directive to the Select Board is advisory given the limited powers of the legislature in this regard. So I have a motion. Do I have a second? I heard second. Yale, would you like to speak to your amendment? It's a process, folks. We take them one at a time. I had a second, yes. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Again, I just want to thank everybody for being here yesterday and today. This is absolutely amazing. I represent a lot of towns in Massachusetts, and I have never seen 1,500, 1,700, 2,000 people at a town meeting. So this is why I love Marblehead, and I call Marblehead my home. Section 3A is going to change the face of our town. We're going to lose our power to decide on our zoning bylaws. I don't want to repeat everything that was said because everybody wants to get through the town meeting, and I don't want to take more of the time. But I do want everybody to know, I work with towns every single day, and laws change all the time. Section 3A was not here 2 years ago. We don't know if it's going to be here in 2 years from now. 174 municipalities in Massachusetts do not need to comply by Chapter 3A. Basically, what the state did is it said, you know what, we have a housing crisis, and we do, but they decided, how can we improve it? How can we change it? So why don't we just take MBTA towns that have some kind of MBTA in them, trains, commuter rails, buses, and mandate them to put multifamilies in single-family zones. We have businesses right now on Pleasant Street that if Section 3A passes, we might lose them. We have multifamily zoning here for multifamilies under Chapter 40B that if 3A is adopted, we're going to lose those affordable housings. The town, people in the town, asked the Select Board to file an exemption or an amendment to Section 3A. I can tell you, again, from my experience, that the majority of the towns adopted Section 3A. What does that mean to the state? That means the state probably is not going after the towns that are not going to comply. After the handful of towns out of 177 towns that have already adopted Section 3A. We have the future of Marblehead in our hands right now. And I just want you to think about this.
No.
I just want you to think about this. Why are we rushing? What is the rush? Section 3A just came out less than a year ago. The state has not done anything with grants or punishing any municipalities. We don't even know what is going to happen. We don't even know if the states are going to have these grants.
Folks, we have a process where amendments and articles and motions are heard, and each one gets due process. So yelling isn't going to help anything, because I'm going to give the people the time that they need to talk about it. When we get to debate afterwards, it's not going to go on as long as it just did, because we've discussed most of this already. Excuse me, please go ahead.
Hey guys, this is democracy. This is what we do. If you want to find a solution and you want to fix something, you try to find every single way to do it. You have people here that have been fighting not to adopt Section 3A because we are going to lose the landscape of our town. Now, this amendment, what we are doing now, if we do say yes for this amendment, we are not saying that we're not going to comply with Section 3A. Just the opposite. We are going to tell the state that we want to comply with Section 3A. We just ask for an exemption or an amendment or an exception. And I can tell you this from experience, that when a rule is enacted, you always have those that immediately accept it. And then that's it. Once you're done, you're done. You can't go back. But you always have those that stand on their feet and say, you know what, this law is not going to help us. We want an exception. We don't want not to be in compliance. We don't have to lose these grants. We can still be in compliance, request for an exception, and not have Section 3 mandate our zoning laws. All we're doing is we're pushing back what we need to do. All we're doing is we're asking for Select Board to please, on July 14th, to go to the state and ask for an exception or exemption or amendment in order to adopt Section 3A. That is all we're doing. There is no need to rush, and there is no need to immediately accept a law that will not benefit the town. Thank you.
Yeah, you can have your 2 minutes.
That's all I would like. Thank you. I'm going to make it a lot quicker than 2 minutes.
Mr. Fox,
I feel like
name
we've
and
been
address,
here
please.
since 6 o'clock last night. So just
Name
to
and
be
address,
clear,
please.
I'm sorry.
Name and address.
I'm sorry. Dan Fox, West Cottage, member of the Select Board. Just to make it clear, this is very similar, in my opinion, to indefinitely postpone. Oh, sorry. I will lean forward. This is very similar to another indefinite postponement. There's also something in here that is non-binding, asking the Select Board to file for an injunction. I think the Select Board, again, would like to see us go and vote up or down on the original article. So to be clear, a no here gets us to the actual vote of Article 23. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to give 2 speakers on each side, is what I'm going to allow. This has been debated, but I'm going to give 2 speakers on each side. We're going to start in the middle. Name and address, please.
Cheryl Patton, 25 Lee Street. We've talked about this 8 ways to Sunday. I'm going to call the question, please. Question called. Calling the question.
Okay, I'm going to do what I said I'm going to do, which is not allow that that motion, and I'm going to allow 2 speakers on each side.
Okay, then I'll talk. We've already been over this for since last year, and we're here now 2.5 hours. There's nothing more to be said. It's the law. An injunction, an exemption, it's the law. It is not adverse to Marblehead's best interest. It is in Marblehead's best interest. We get money, we get control over the housing, we get control over our schools since we are 700 people down. Our population is less today than it was in the 1950s. We're 1,000 people down. This is in Marblehead's best interest. It doesn't cost us any money now. It will cost us tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars in quixotic litigation fees, and we will lose any state monies coming our way. And with the cut in the federal funding, those state monies are going to be paramount to our very survival in all the projects we need. We will be at the bottom of the list for money. There are 177, let me repeat, 177 3A MBTA communities in the state. Less than a handful are looking to weasel their way out of the law. I know
Thank you.
it's popular now to say no to the law, but the law is the law.
Thank you. Over here, please.
William Crouch, 1 Mugford Street. I just want to say that I've been in the back of the room here for a few hours, and we just had a vote a little bit ago that apparently didn't register, but several people didn't even know what we were voting on. So I would ask, or make a motion or whatever is necessary, let's very, very clearly, regardless of whether or not we need to read the bylaw language or anything else, say this is for definite postponement or against definite postponement, so people know what they're voting for, because many, many people had no clue and were asking each other.
Thank you. Thank you. In the middle, please.
Frank Kastner, 24 Pickwick Road. It is my recent understanding that the planning board interviewed all of the other departments of the town and learned that no additional infrastructure will be necessary to support 3A. I want to try to put a positive note on things that I haven't heard, which is that cooperation seems to be a little passé, and I want to bring it back. I admire the state government for what they have done on this. I admire the town and the town planners and the town departments. I want to give credit to the people who have furthered this legislation and thought about housing, the town, the people, the infrastructure. So I urge that we reject this amendment and that we, as soon as possible, move to the question on 3A and support 3A. And I want to make one further point. Some of us are old enough to have lived through a time when states and towns and cities had no money, no infrastructure, no fixing roads. And we could be in for a time now of stagflation for even a decade, and to do anything to endanger improvements to the infrastructure of Marblehead is crazy. And I know it's hard to imagine, but imagine the Village Street Bridge not getting repaired, and imagine traffic in Marblehead if we had to go around that unrepairable bridge because no one could afford it. So I actually am speaking for cooperation between city, town, and this is no rebellion. I've rebelled against authority.
Thank you, sir. Okay, last speaker. This microphone over here, last speaker.
Carl Caswell, 174 Pleasant Street, Marblehead. I'm one of the old timers in town. I go back about 6 generations. I've seen this town change over the years. You know, it's got a lot crowded, and you're going to add more people to the town. And my house is right in this one of the zones. I can see them tearing down my neighbor's house just to put 3 more families in it. You know, it's you lose the charm of the town. You know, it's changing, and you add more people, it makes it more crowded, and you won't have the same town spirit. You know, it's the same people in the town. It's a nice town. I lived here for generations. My family's been here for generations. I'm against having this. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to the vote. And this is on Article 23, which is amend zoning bylaw 3A of multifamily overlay district. This is voting on a subsidiary motion for amendment. The amendment reads as follows. I move that Article 23 of Marblehead's Town Warrant 2025 be amended by adding the following words: not in the first sentence between the word to and amend, and adding the words, and request that the Select Board file an exemption extension amendment regarding the implementation of Chapter 40A, Section 3A, after the word bylaw in the first sentence, and strike the rest of the language of Article 23 after the word bylaw in the first sentence, so as to read, to see if the town will vote not, to see if the town vote to not amend the zoning bylaw, and request that the Select Board file an exemption extension amendment regarding the implementation of Chapter 40A, Section 3A. Here's the vote. If you favor the motion, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 3-minute voting starts now. We're moving. Bill. Folks, the vote was 673 yes, 1,060 no. The vote does not pass for the amendment. Okay, now we're at Article 23, and as I mentioned in my original remarks, I'm going to call for a vote before we get to Article 23 as to whether the body wants to have a written ballot done or a written ballot taken on Article 23 when we get to the vote. Okay. Okay. The reason why I did that is because I had a request that we take a written ballot, and balancing past precedents with the mood of the room last year and the mood of the audience that I've heard is that when we have a written ballot, it eliminates the opportunity for vote for reconsideration on the article, or on the motion, I'm sorry. That was requested of me. I decided to turn it to the voters, to let the voters decide as to whether they want to have a written ballot or not. That's the next vote that we're going to take right now, and we need to set up the motion. So hold on 1 second, please. What's the motion for her? What's the... Here we go to the vote. Will there be a written ballot vote for the vote of Article 23? If you favor a written ballot for the vote, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 3 minutes starts now. Hold them up, folks. Okay, folks. Okay, so we will not have a written ballot. The vote was yes, 676, no, 1,029. Now, Article 23 to the vote. I have a motion. Do I have a second? Thank you. Thank you. If you favor the motion to amend the zoning bylaw 3A multifamily overlay district, Article 23, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 3-minute voting starts now. Hold them up. Okay, folks, the vote is in. Marblehead accepted Article 23 by a vote of 951 to 759. Okay, according to the amendment that we are working under, we're now going to Article 34. Article 34, Marblehead High School roof and HVAC system, which is listed in your warrant. Yes, please. Folks, this vote, when it's voted upon, is a 2/3 vote. The article has been moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. Our first speaker is from the school department. Name and address, please, sir.
Michael Pifferling, Assistant Superintendent for Finance of Operation and Operations of the Marblehead Public Schools.
Folks, please be quiet as you leave. Thank you. Michael, thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to begin by thanking the Finance Committee, the Select Board, the School Committee, and the community for all of your support over the past 10 months to the new administrative team at the Marblehead Public Schools. Just a little brief history. The Marblehead High School, which you're seated in right now, was approved as a project in 1999. It began construction in 2001, completed in 2002, and it opened to our students in 2003. When we look at the age of a building, the Mass School Building Authority, they do not look at the day the roof went on the building, they look at the day the students occupied the building. So later in my presentation, you might hear a comment about the Mass School Building Authority not supporting our project because the roof is not old enough. It goes by when the students occupied the building and not when the building roof actually went on the roof. We have done no major work to this roof, to my knowledge, since it was originally put on the building. The high school was built using a debt exclusion. That debt exclusion is rolling off in 2026, so within this fiscal budget that you're voting on tonight or sometime this week. That roll-off will result in approximately $253 savings per household on the average. Some median numbers might be a little higher or lower, but on the average it's $253 per household. And just for a little history, there are 850 students currently attending Marblehead High School. This next slide shows, it's a map of our roof. There's several sections identified here, 10 sections in all. There are different elevations, different materials, different wings. The green dots indicate where we had leaks in December of 2024. Those leaks have all been repaired, otherwise you'd all be getting wet tonight. The blue squares are from an infrared scan of where we had wet insulation underneath our roof membrane. I'll just let that soak in for a second. I did not even mean that. It was close. All right, next slide. We're gonna keep this moving. So currently our next steps to accommodate these additional, did I miss a slide? I did. So a little bit of the history. A couple of years ago, 2022, the town here, or over at Vets, when there weren't 1,600 people or 2,700 people or something, voted to approve a $5.36 million debt exclusion to replace the Marblehead roof. Again, a debt exclusion is a temporary tax increase, it's not a permanent increase. The district at that time applied to the Mass School Building Authority for a new roof. Mass School Building Authority will support new buildings, new roofs, windows, and boilers. The application was denied due to the age of the roof. The roof at that time was only 20 years old. MSBA requires 25, and I know from experience that year or that few years there, they were actually pushing 30 years for anybody to be considered for a new roof. So we were already 10 years too early for a new roof, for them to support the funding for it. We're still actually too early. So in spring of 2024, the school department contracted or went out for an RFP, a bid, to hire an owner's project manager. That is required for any construction project that exceeds $1 million. So we hired an owner's project manager through a bidding process. That owner's project manager is left field, and they are the same owner's project manager that was on our Brown Elementary School project a few years ago. The next step in the project, we are also required to hire a schematic designer. And that schematic designer we went out to bid again last summer, and in August we awarded the bid to RDA, Raymond Design Associates. RDA is coincidentally also the designer who worked on our Brown School a few years ago. The first thing that RDA did was they did a comprehensive study of our roof. They got up there, they measured everything, they looked at everything, all the membrane, all the seams, and they also decided to look at the HVAC units, which we are very thankful that they did. They came back to us with a recommendation in November that all of the HVAC units are going to have to be lifted off the roof regardless of what we do. When they get lifted off the roof by crane, it's unlikely that they will survive that. They are that weathered by the sea air that's around us here. So they are recommending in their feasibility study that we look at replacing them at the same time. They feel that they'll go back on the roof, but two things. One, it's using the old refrigerant or something. Somebody will have to help me out here, but it's the one that you can't get anymore unless you buy it on the black market. They're recommending that we replace it with the newest, latest refrigerant, units with refrigerant. If we put the units back on, they said that even if they could get going back again, they'd need to be replaced within 3 to 5 years. And the big problem with doing that is in 3 to 5 years when we lift them off the roof again, we will likely void the warranty of the roof that was just installed. So we don't want to put bad money, chase good money after bad money. The other part of their point was if we waited, everything's gonna have to be staged twice, and it would add several $1 million to the project to do both in separate stages. Ultimately, that's why we've kind of paused this project. We probably could have had the schematic design completed by now, but we paused intentionally because we did not want to do this in 2 phases to cost the taxpayers more money. All right, so to accommodate this new portion of the project, the HVAC units, it's an estimated $8.6 million additional on top of the 5.36. So it's just shy, the whole project would be just shy of $14 million. You know, just to make sure everybody's aware of the full cost of the roof with the HVAC units being replaced. So as I said, we're currently on hold with the design until we understand the vote here tonight and then at the ballot to understand if we have the ability to move forward for both projects at the same time. Just to give you an idea, the taxpayer cost for this, Ms. Alicia Noonan, I'm sorry, Benjamin, God, sorry, you were right in front of me. Sorry, Ms. Alicia Benjamin. She helped us calculate out what it would cost for this additional 8.6. So this additional 8.6 would cost the median home average $68 a year and the average home $87 a year. Alicia's going to share some more numbers with you, bringing all the projects together that are being requested tonight and that were approved for other roof projects in the past to kind of show where we are with what's rolling off and what's coming on, but I'm not going to steal her thunder. Unless I just did. No. All right, so this next slide, this is just a slide that Left Field put together for us. This is just the timeline that we're looking at. As I said, or maybe I didn't say, as soon as we get the town meeting approval and the ballot vote approval, if that goes through, and I'm hopeful it is, otherwise we'll be sitting here next year definitely getting wet. Once that all goes through, we will begin the design of the project. And at that point, we'll have a better understanding of exactly what's going to be needed from a roof membrane or an applied, liquid fluid applied coating. There's a couple of different options we're looking at right now. But again, our plan is to start construction a year from now, the day after graduation on the field. We've indicated that we do not want any construction materials or equipment on premise during our commencement ceremony. So as I mentioned, there were a few different options. The first option is to replace the roof. Tear it off, take the insulation, take everything off. We've been instructed that that will probably exceed our ask by at least another $2 to $3 million. So that has pretty much been taken off the table right now. The next option is to recover, which means that we would leave the existing roof membrane. We would replace any insulation that is wet from the infrared scans, and then we would lay a new membrane on top of the existing membrane. And then the third option was something that very recently came to our attention through community members here in Marblehead. I appreciate them. It's called the restore method, and it's where we would put a liquid applied coating over the existing membrane. So it would again leave the existing membrane, replace the insulation that's damaged, and then put a liquid coating over. All three of these options would come with a 20-year warranty. Just to let you know, we're not buying a 10-year buy if we were to go in that direction. And I can tell you right now, there has been no decision made. I think we need to go through the full schematic design. One of the options will probably be when we bid the construction, that we'll bid 2 different projects and see how they both come in, so we can make an educated, informed decision. We're very close. Sorry. So again, the best option will be determined after the schematic design and the bidding. Is that my last slide? Oh, I got it. Really quick, this is the last slide. So if it's passed, design will happen this summer. Bid documents will be created, that's part of the design, and they will be sent out to bid this fall. We will begin construction, we will award the contract late this fall, begins construction next June. Construction will end in October of next year. If it fails, if the motion fails or the article fails, we will move forward with the $5.36 million already allocated. We will just do a recover or restoration. Again, depending on how the bids come in, it would be between 80 and 100% of the project would be able to be done without touching the HVAC. They'd still have to be lifted off, to be put back down, probably not working, not to scare anybody. Again, the same timeline. Next summer, completed in October.
Thank you. Okay. Excuse me. Yes, Alicia Benjamin.
Good evening, Town Meeting. Alicia Benjamin, Finance Director. So I wanted to bring to your attention, I know it's very hard to see up on the screen, but the savings, so the average single-family home at $1,218,000 with the high school rolling off in 2026 is a $253 savings to your tax bill. The impact of your previously authorized and unissued debt right now would be $98. Your tax bill impact of adding the high school roof debt is $86. I know we haven't gotten to 33, but the tax bill impact of the Mary Alley is $62, which is a net savings of $6. Your median single-family home at $956,000 has a tax bill impact high school roll-off of $199, a tax bill impact of adding previously authorized and unissued of $77, a tax bill impact of adding the high school roof debt issuance of $68, and a tax bill impact of adding Mary Alley HVAC improvements of $49 for a net savings of $5. So essentially, the high school is so high that even with us adding these 2 new projects, you're still having a net savings to your tax bill. I also want to list that our authorized and unissued includes our road and sidewalks that was voted at the May 2022 town meeting, the Mary Alley building roof project for $480,000, and the Franklin Street Fire Station improvements at $130,598, and $1 million for the school, Brown School completion that we're waiting on an MSBA audit for, which in the future, once that audit is complete, we will probably come back and give that money back to the town.
Thank you, Alicia. Alicia Benjamin, our Finance Director. Now time for deliberation. I am going to put a 2-minute clock on this. We'll start in the middle. Sir, name and address, please.
Joe King, 10 Carroll Road, and also science teacher up over there. I teach here at the high school, but I only got 2 minutes. I'd like to thank the custodians for what they did here, but also after every rainstorm, they spend the day replacing ceiling tiles, dozens outside my room alone. Fortunately, 2 weeks ago, I was teaching around a barrel in my room as water was falling down. 2 months ago, rain destroyed a smart board, a $5,000 smart board in another science room, and there is an active leak in that room still today. I saw it. I'm thankful that we don't have the moldy smell at the E-wing anymore after every rainstorm. So some of the repairs have improved things, but we still need to get this passed. If you look up above and see those square tarps and you're sitting beneath them, those are made to catch the water. So we need to get this done. Let's pass it tonight, get it on to the, so we can vote as a town and get it done, because it's not safe for the staff, the students, anyone. Thank you.
Thank you. I knew that was coming tonight. To the microphone over here, please. Name and address.
Clive Connolly, 2 Gerald Road. I'm a Marblehead High School senior. And I just wanted to say, if you're voting against the new roof, you're voting against the health and safety of Marblehead High School students. We need a new roof. We need a new roof. It's not okay that there's damp and wetness in these roofs. That mold is terrible for you. So one of the worst things that you can be exposed to. If you vote against that roof, you're voting against the health and safety of Marblehead students. Thank you.
Yeah! It's been a long time since we've had an 18-year-old come up and speak, so thank you for doing so. In the middle, please.
Albert Jordan, Roosevelt Avenue. I'm in favor of this project in the Mary Alley building. It's long overdue, and we need to continually fix the buildings in town that are falling apart to make sure they're safe and provide a safe work environment for everyone. So this is good money spent, and it makes, we should do the 2 projects at once, the heating system, the air conditioning, and the roofs. It makes a lot of sense. Let's do it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. This microphone over here, please. Name and address.
Leonardo Rosado, 3 Martin Terrace. I'm also a senior in high school. The roof situation is an absolute mess. Everything Mr. King and Clive said is absolutely correct. I have multiple friends who are sick. People are absolutely disgusted by the school. This is not the reflection of our town that we want. And I think it's absolutely ridiculous that people are against this, because it's just going to cause more money that we need to spend in the future if you vote against it. Let's get this over with now, have a good roof for the future, and I guarantee that we won't be arguing about flags if the roof falls down on top of all of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To the middle microphone, please. Name and address.
Sam Altruder, 422 Ocean Avenue. I fully respect that there are a lot of hours of volunteer work that went into putting this proposal in front of you. I spent the bulk of my career investing in and managing office and industrial buildings. And I'm currently the part owner of about 35 buildings with flat roofs. Some of them are bigger than the high school roof, and some of them are smaller. This proposed $8 million expenditure for HVAC equipment runs counter to my experience. I think there's money already appropriated that can fix the roof. This is about AC. Over the past 15 years, my partners and I have replaced about a dozen of our roofs. And we've replaced untold numbers of HVAC units. We never, ever accelerated the replacement of a piece of HVAC equipment because of a roof replacement. They're independent things. We never removed and reinstalled a piece of HVAC equipment on account of a roof replacement. And that's what part of the justification for replacing the AC equipment that's being advocated. We never replaced a piece of HVAC equipment because the refrigerant was no longer manufactured. You can still buy refrigerant that isn't manufactured, and it's not black market, it's very legitimate, and it's a lot cheaper to buy the old refrigerant than to replace the equipment. And we never lost a warranty because of roof work on HVAC work subsequent to a roof installation. So I think the underlying arguments for the AC proposal are they just don't hold water. I favor replacing the roof as soon as possible, and I think the decisions are independent. I oppose this article. Thank you.
Thank you. This microphone over here, please.
Hey folks, Dante Genovese, 9 Gary Street. I'm also a senior at Marblehead High School, and I just want to make it clear to everyone that this roof proposal is not something that we have to consider as a potentiality for the future or something minor. We are past a point of needing a new roof, and we're already talking about starting construction in a year from now. I myself have had water dripped on me. I'm a theater kid. We have a trash barrel sometimes in the auditorium when we're rehearsing. Water dripping right past the super expensive lighting equipment in the ceiling into this big, I think 55-gallon trash barrel that, I don't know if it's still there to this day, but would smell like sewage in there. I have a teacher who, the school found mold in one of their walls in the classroom, and as a solution to that, they, in this big classroom can fit about 30 students. They had a plug-in humidifier that they gave them, plugged in, sitting in the corner of a room at all times, as if the mold's not an issue. I have another teacher who would consistently, for the past 2 years-ish, have water pour into their classroom during the rain, and has asked a variety of their students if being in their classroom causes them to feel ill. And the general consensus is yes. There has been black mold found in the school. And it's, I think a big reason that a lot of people come to Marblehead is because of the schools. It's why my family came here. It was a big step for my family to move into this town, but we came here because my parents wanted me and my sister to grow up in a town with a very good education system. And as it stands right now, it's going downhill. The roof is literally falling apart. We're losing students as we speak. Our population for students is dwindling, and people are worried about property values, especially when all the talk about 3A and stuff. A good school system is paramount to high property values, and as it stands right now, we could be giving a tour of the school to someone, and they might have water drip onto their face that smells like sewage. We're past a point where this is acceptable, and I think that it is necessary that we get this roof fixed. Thank you.
That was like 2 minutes on the dot. That was great. Bravo. In the middle, please, Mr. Horahan. And
Seamus Horahan, Fort Sewell Lane. I think we're all agreed that the roof needs to be fixed. There are two issues here: the roof, fixing the roof, and the HVAC equipment. And as Sam Altruder talked, those are separate decisions in his esteemed opinion based upon many, many years in commercial real estate. Okay. We're asked tonight to talk about, actually, the money exists to do the roof since May of 2022. It should have been done 18 months ago, completed, okay? Except for the negligence of the school committee, okay? Okay, so what we're talking about here is the HVAC equipment for $8.6 million. That's a big number. And by the way, the fact that the debt exclusion is going to go down if we vote this in is a red herring. The question is, should we even vote for the $8.6 million? Okay. So I have three questions, okay, which I have not found any answers to in any of the presentations. The first one is, there are 77 pieces of equipment on this roof. Okay. What I want to know is how many pieces of equipment have failed outright, and what is the replacement cost for those pieces of equipment? We probably need to do those right away. Second question, how many pieces and what's their replacement cost of things that are working and have had no problems? The third category is those units that have been significantly repaired, maybe to the extent of beyond just maintenance, okay? Of maybe 30% of the replacement cost. We have no idea what the categories of this equipment is. Second question is, what is the impact of tariffs? Now these units have heavy steel content, heavy aluminum content, probably maybe not made in the US. And these tariffs potentially are temporary. Maybe we shouldn't do this all
Thank-
right away.
Thank you, Seamus.
Okay.
We're going to go to this microphone over here, please. Name and address.
Alexis Soul, Front Street. I have just a quick question. I didn't hear any mention about solar access, solar panels on the roof, and somebody in the electric department had said that they were considering putting solar panels on the roofs of various schools. So if that's not a part of the design phase, I would urge it to be part.
Sometimes, ma'am.
Thank you. We'll get you an answer. Ryan, could we turn this mic on, please? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Both Brown School and the high school are PV ready, which means that anytime we could put PV on, we do work with the Marblehead Light Department and working with them to identify the best time. I guess there's some timing issues with that, but they are both ready to be PV ready. But they're both PV ready, so when they're ready to install solar panels, we would work with the Marblehead Light Department to do that. It's a little tricky that we're not dealing with National Grid, because then it would be a lot easier decision. But Marblehead Light Department, there's some restrictions when you're dealing with the municipal light department on putting solar on a building. So I'm not an expert on that, but we'll work with the Marblehead Light Department.
Thank you. So we're going to stick with the last three on each side because it's an $8.6 million project. And I'd like to go to the middle, please. Name and address.
Great, thank you. Becca Whitten, Atlantic Avenue. I've lived in the town for about a decade, a little more. I have a kid in the schools. In my time here, I've noticed we don't do a great job of maintaining our school buildings. I think we all know this. We heard about it very nicely from the students who spoke tonight. I think that what we have right now is a new Assistant Director of Finance who is incredibly on top of things. I'd like to encourage folks to support his efforts. And I think the folks who've spoken about property experience, $8 million plus is a big number, but I think they spoke about commercial property experience. This is public procurement. These are public school buildings. The money is big. I see this in my day-to-day work, which is related to school construction. I think we should vote in favor of this and support the schools.
Thank you. Mr. Urbetta, name and address, please.
Yes, Bob Urbetta, 36 Chestnut Street. I have a construction management. I do commercial as well as residential. Anyway, I just replaced a couple of years ago, the charter school roof. My question, a couple of questions. One is, where is the warranty on this roof? Does anybody know? Most of the rubber roofs are guaranteed for 30, 40 years. Do we have the warranty? I would ask the school committee. Have you looked into it? Second of all, I concur with this gentleman. I'm sorry, I don't remember his name, but you do not have to pull the air conditioning units to replace the roof. And the other thing, speaking of air conditioning units, you can replace the refrigerant, and you can, I would ask, do you have alternate bids on that? Because you can replace the pieces of equipment as well within the unit itself. Has that been looked at? And lastly, I'll put my money where my mouth is, because I've volunteered pro bono to oversee the construction on the vet school and some of the other schools, and I'm willing to do it for the high school. I know what it's like to live with a leaky roof, because we lived with it at the charter school until we could replace it. So, school committee or whoever's on the construction project team, get in touch with me, or Mr. Moderator knows where he can get in touch with me. So, willing to step forward, and I would ask the gentleman that spoke before, who is also a construction manager,
Thank you, Mr. Urbetta.
to join me, if you.
Thank you. To the middle microphone, please.
Yep, thank you. Jim Regis, 1 Lee Street. I also have 35 years of experience in real estate management and facilities management, and I feel a little bit like a bait and switch.
Excuse me, could you get a little closer to the
All right,
mic?
I didn't
Thank
want to
you.
overpower the mic. Okay, I feel a little bit like a bait and switch. There's been talk about new roof, new roof, new roof, and I just heard 10 minutes ago that this is a repair, that there is no new roof.
Mike, do you want to take care of that?
Yeah, it's not a repair, recover. Almost like putting a second set of shingles on your asphalt roof. They're putting a new membrane down over the existing membrane.
Right, but I don't
So
believe...
that's not a repair from what I'm told. I'm not the expert, but...
Right, you're overlaying an existing roof. But this existing roof has significant underlying problems and significant amount of water infiltration and a significant amount of deterioration. And overlaying that roof is not undoing the problems that exist. Everything I'm reading on the screen says new roof. And I don't feel that we're getting a new roof. And I feel that all of this is new news because all we've heard about is what a terrible roof this is, what terrible problems exist, and that it has to be replaced. And I don't see replace. I hear we're going to overlay our problems with some kind of marvelous material that then says we're coming back again for another $15 million some other point in time. I approve a new roof for this building because I think it's deplorable, the condition that it's in. It's deplorable what we have to tolerate for another 15 months. But I am seriously concerned about spending $8 million on AC units that aren't failed and not getting a new roof.
Thank you, and we'll get an answer for that. Mike? Oh, Mike?
Mike, answer?
The answer to the roof being covered or replaced.
I mean, yes. I mean, again, we're going to go through schematic design this summer. We have not decided on an actual recovery product yet, whether it's recover, replace, or restore. We welcome your feedback. All the meetings are public. They've been public for the past year. You're welcome to join in. We've had other community members join in, and restoration is really the only thing we've heard other than recover. So the meetings are public. They're posted. Please join us. We welcome your feedback. There's a lot of industry experts in this room tonight. I appreciate that. I understand that a lot of you are in commercial construction, own commercial buildings. Massachusetts is a little different with you're dealing with a public building. We can't just go out and hire the low guy, or we can't pick and choose our vendors. We have to go through the bidding process. We have to hire an OPM. We have to hire a schematic designer. Those two things right there are both very significant costs that typically private buildings do not require an OPM or a schematic designer to come on site and do the work. So there's more to it than just putting something on the roof or replacing refrigerant, because we are held to different standards, I believe, is what I'm told.
Thank you. We're down to the last three, Seamus. Thank you. Over here, please. Name and address.
Dylan Crow, 38 Blueberry Road. I have a question for you guys. So it's my understanding you haven't written a scope of work for the roof, and how are you trying to move forward with $8.6 million when you are unaware of the material you're using, and it's my understanding you haven't done a thermal scan yet of the roof. One of the first things of addressing a commercial roof, specifically for a school, is to perform a thermal scan, which will give you an idea whether you need to replace, restore, or resurface the roof. At a very small cost, it's usually like $1,200 or $1,300 to have that done. There are state-approved vendors to do it for through combis or whatever state portal you're using for bids. So I'm kind of confused why you haven't taken the small amount of money to assess the damage of the roof. That'll tell you the saturation levels of the insulation.
I'm going to just interrupt. It has been done. Infrared scans have already been done, and they will be done again this summer. So they've already done. I thought it was in the presentation, but infrared scans have been done, if that's what you're referring to.
Okay, so you've performed the scans?
I'm sorry, what?
You have performed scans on the roof?
Our schematic designer, RDA, performed infrared scans, if that's the same thing it was you're referring to.
And you still don't know whether you need to replace it, restore it, or resurface it?
The speakers up here are horrible.
Sorry.
That's why I keep
You
pointing
don't know what type of construction you need to do for the roof yet?
So it's one of the three options.
Well, there's only three options.
And until somebody comes up with a fourth.
Right, but so you don't know if you need to replace the roof or not?
I think they're going to bid it as an alt. You can either bid it as a replace, recover, or restore.
And
when we
those
get the bid
three
results in-
options are significantly different prices.
Correct, and that's why we're asking for the 8.6. We may not borrow the full 8.6.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I mean, an 8.6 is a borrowing authorization. We're not borrowing it until we get the bids in. Alicia will attest to that. The other point that the gentleman over here made for me is on the private side, you don't have to deal with prevailing wage. We are required to pay prevailing wage, which is usually union rate work. So.
Thank you. Mr. Buba.
Hi, thank you, Jack Buba, 5 Palmer Road. I've made this point in the paper several times. I agree with all the horror stories, how bad it is here, but I think it's really important to point out that the people who have brought you this horror story are this school committee, who have demonstrated through their leader tonight, who was telling us about the project, is he really doesn't understand the project. And now we're going to give them millions and millions of dollars to do something that it's pretty clear to me that they actually haven't figured this out yet. And so I think we should fix the roof. I think we should fix the air conditioning. I just think we need to get some people who can do it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buba. Last speaker. Over here, please name and address.
Yeah, sorry. John Prindeville, 20 Stanley Road. So obviously, I have to bend down like Dylan over here. I fundamentally agree that we need to fix the roof. I just wish we could take a higher level of responsibility how we got here in the first place. So it sounds like a lot of people in this community want to get more involved, and we came to this meeting to get more involved. I think we need to get more involved on issues like this so we get these projects done right, so that kids never get leaked on again. As a father of a rising 8th grader going into 9th grade, it's completely unacceptable to me that the kids are going to get mold going to our school districts. So we got to repair our buildings, we got to take care of our buildings, and we got to hire smart people so this doesn't happen again. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to the vote on Article 34, Marblehead High School roof and HVAC system. If you favor the article, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 3-minute voting starts now. Yes, I do know what you mean. Yes, that's what even though I can't speak it. Yes. Hold those clickers up. Please don't everybody leave because I'd like to get through one more article tonight. This is going to need to be a 2/3 vote because of the borrowing. Good job. Okay, here we go. Article 34 passes. 804 votes to 283 votes. Thank you. So if we get through Article 33, then we can start at the beginning tomorrow night. So Article 33 is Mary Alley Building HVAC system. The motion's going to be up on the screen. The article is moved. Do I have a second? Thank you very much. Speaker Stephen Cummings, our building commissioner.
Good evening. Thank you for your patience. I will make this as brief as possible.
Quiet, please.
So for the Mary Alley improvements in HVAC system, I have with me Steve Cummings, our new building commissioner, who will be managing this project. We're asking for an authorization of $5,750,000. The actual project cost is $6,230,000. We have a previous authorized and unissued borrowing of $480,000 that has not been borrowed yet for the Mary Alley roof. That's what brings it down to $575 million. In addition, the sustainability coordinator will be applying for a $250,000 ADA grant so that we can put in an elevator and 2 ADA bathrooms downstairs. This is what our existing building looks like. So you can see the roof. There is some hazardous material that's been identified at the roof and throughout the existing building. The existing elevator is not in service. Existing drinking fountain requires ADA modifications. We would like to make this a fully ADA building. This includes railings. This includes having meetings there that's fully ADA accessible. We had 3 options as well. We went with option 3. I know it's very hard to see. It's a VARF system with heat recovery. We have our project schedule, which was our feasibility study that was finished not too long ago in April. Town meeting, our debt override vote in June, design phase to happen in the summer, bidding contract award spring of 2026, and construction assumes a phased approach so that we wouldn't have to disrupt too many operations. We would do it in phases so we could move people throughout the building instead of having to go and relocate people. Again, I wanted to highlight the tax impact, that it's a net savings on the bill for the Mary Alley HVAC with $62 on the average single-family home cost and a tax bill impact of $49 on the median single-family home. I also put up on the slide the select board policies to be less than 15% of general fund revenue, and we'd be at 9.94%. And debt service as a percentage of the tax levy is 12.35%, which is in line with the last 5 years. This is a chart of Articles 33 and 34 debt impact. So it's showing the current in orange, Mary Alley in blue, and the Marblehead High School that you just voted in green. Here's the current debt proposal, the proposed debt and proposed outstanding authorized and unissued. So the orange was at 11 million. If we borrowed everything according to what's outstanding and unissued, the green, we'd be at 10.8. So that's what that slight net savings of the 5 and 6, and as you can see, there's the decline. So what we're doing is we're monitoring the debt service, and as debt falls off is when we add new debt service. What's wonderful is that last town meeting, you adopted a new capital planning committee, which is looking at any and all projects that are $1 million and over, in addition to our standard annual capital plan. Some issues I'll highlight from being in that building myself is my concern was a lot of people in the building, including myself, we use space heaters because our HVAC heat does not work. We also, I found out recently, don't have a sprinkler system, which is even more frightening in our building. I know from working there and working with a lot of the other employees that there are many, many updates that need to be done. I truly hope you will vote to support this article. Thank you. The one add-in is the Capital Planning Committee did vote in favor of this project 8-0. And the high school as well.
That's me, sorry. Steve, are you all set? Thank you. We have one speaker, Mr. Michaud.
My name is Jay Michaud. I live at 25 Ocean Avenue in Heaven, Marblehead. I'm in favor of this. I was in favor of the last one. I still have my clicker. This is for you, Mr. Moderator. Number one, I want to compliment you for your bravery last night in what you did.
We need to stick to the topic, Mr. Michaud.
I shall, okay? But I'm
Thank
going to
you.
ask you one question. Where are we meeting tomorrow night, and will we have a decent PA system?
We'll be meeting back here at 7 p.m.
I hope that somebody can do something about this PA system. Maybe it's because I'm old and my hearing is going, but I have had difficulty all night long. Listen, I know I'm way off subject, but maybe I'm the only one. I haven't heard half of the things.
It'll be top of my list.
Thank
I
you, sir.
promise. Thank you.
Thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, yes, in the middle, please. Name and address.
Larry Lassard, 90 Naugus Avenue. The state has a program called Green Communities that thus far Marblehead has not elected to join in.
Could you step up to the microphone for Mr.
Sure.
Michaud, please? Thank
Sure.
you.
How's this?
Thank you.
All right. The state has a program called Green Communities that provides funding for projects like this. Marblehead has thus far not filed an application to join the Green Communities program. There would be a substantial potential for offsetting some of these costs if that were to occur. And I'd like to urge the town to move forward with the Green Communities Act application so that there'd be the opportunity to reduce the cost of this project and potentially the high school project as well.
Thank you.
Yeah. That said, I have seen the mechanical systems at Mary Alley building, and they're terrible. So the work needs to be done, but I would encourage the town to try to further offset costs by joining Green Communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Alicia Benjamin, Finance Director.
Town is working to join Green Communities and apply by June 30th this year.
Thank you, Alicia. One more speaker.
Walter Casey, 16 Gerald Road. Excuse me. I wonder, you know, you open up an old building like this, and you're not going to find good stuff. So I wonder, have you considered just a new build, and maybe, frankly, a controlled burn?
I didn't hear that. Okay, we're going to go to the vote on Article 33, Mary A. Alley Building HVAC System. If you favor the article, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 3-minute voting starts now. Hold them up. Can we have a little bit of order, please? And please stay for my last motion to reconvene to tomorrow night. Just be a minute. No, we're done. "45 seconds. And we need you back tomorrow night to do the rest of the business. Please. "20 seconds. Okay, Article 33 passes 671 to 103 votes. At this time, I would welcome a motion to reconvene to this same location, the field house of Marblehead High School, for tomorrow at 7 p.m.
So moved.
Seconded?
Second.
Hand count, all in favor? Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.